Hi. Pleasure.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn. Nice to meet you. Eleanor.
Hi, William.
I'm William.
Hi, William. Nice to meet you.
Oh.
Pleasure.
Hello, nice to meet you.
I'm William.
Hello, nice to meet you. Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, perfect. So the delegates have already heard this and some members in the audience, but hello everybody, my name is Ethan, and I will be your timekeeper for today. So as delegates know, I will be showing warning signs when there's 10, 5, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds remaining. And finally, 10 seconds, I'll be moving my hand all the way until stop. And then immediately after, we're going to have a 10-minute question and answer period. It could be less than 10 minutes, but 10 minutes maximum. I would like to remind you all that the team must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and that all team members must speak during the presentation, but not necessarily during the Q&A. And audience members, we ask that you please place your phones on silent mode and remain seated in the room for the duration of the full presentation and Q&A period. I will now let the judges introduce themselves, and once they are done, you may begin your presentations, and I'll start my time with that.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. My name is William Chan, CEO of Compass Analytics, data analytics consultancy.
Melanie Gale, Vice President of Marketing with Secure Payment Experts.
I'm Susanna Chan, VP M&A of a biotech company based in the U.S.
Steve Benko, General Counsel at Lidl Technologies.
The clicker's right behind you. Sir Benning. Perfect. Begin when you will.
If there's one thing we know from the past 3 hours, is that Secure cares. Secure cares its merchants, its clients, just like a buddy that helps them to grow and weather through the challenges of really choosing which payment solutions to use. And we see how valuable this characteristic is, and we want to take you to the next level. We want to just be your buddy for this business, and we want to take you to the next level. Good morning, everyone. I'm Minnie, and we are Nova Advisory. Here is my team, Eleanor, Johnson, and William. Today, we're very proud to bring you our recommendation for Secure to secure a better future by really reaching out to your target customers that will really boost the conversion with justified ROI, as well as really deliver a consistent brand experience. Today, we will do it through Secure Connect, which is an all-in-one campaign solution that can help Secure to reach to your target customer. We're expected to attract 440 new SMBs by the end of a few years. Now, first of all, we have to understand what Secure is actually doing. Now, Secure, in our point of view, is a personal and caring consultant to your SME merchants, clients, that really help them to do their payment solutions and targeting the merchants that with more than 3 years of experience and USD of 25K transaction size every month. And we see 2 distinctive values that you uphold. First of all is having that personal touch, because you don't want just to do business with them, but you also want to really support them on a personal level. And secondly, you are also very caring, and you help the merchants to really weather through the complexity of choosing payment solutions. And that's why you have 3 distinctive products, services to them, with custom pricing, the Edge program, and Interchange Plus, or the flat rate processing. And all of this is showing your commitment to help the merchants to choose which payment solutions they're doing and provide them with a hassle-free journey. And that's why having this distinctive brand positioning, you also are able to deliver this positioning through your services. Then next, we will look at how you deliver this service from the beginning to the end of the funnel. Now we will see, this is the funnel of how you operate your business, all the way from awareness, interest, purchase, then to retention and efficacy. Now basically, you have 3 main channels to attract your customers into your company. Now the first we're looking at would be outbound marketing, which you previously are focusing on, will be cold calling the customers. And then they will be approached by a statement representative, getting their statement to understand what is their transaction size, their need. And next step will be going to the sales representative, where they have the expertise to really provide them with the best solution and the best deal. And lastly, you would do all the way from onboarding to payment expert for annual checking. And lastly, because they are all very happy with your service, and that's why they have referral. And it's proven to be very successful, because 18% of your leads are actually from referral. And we can see from this funnel, we are actually able to target the right customer and tailor the right solution with them because we have all this process of sales that we are able to understand our customer well. And also, we are able to deliver them a consistent brand experience with all the services. However, we can see there is actually a problem. Currently, it's because of the regulatory tightening, and that's why we could not do cold calling anymore in a lot of the states. And that's why we are calling for a new way to really reach this customer with other ways of outbound marketing strategies. Now, you also know about this restriction, and that's why you are doing your inbound marketing as well recently. Now, we know that basically you have two approaches. Firstly, you do the bottom funnel approach, where you attract the leads to your target landing page, where they already have the interest to really engage with you through the search engine marketing. And you also have an up funnel strategy, where you start from awareness part, where they are attracted by Google Ads or content marketing into your lead pool, and all the way they will be converted to purchase and advocacy. However, there are three key problems that we identified. First of all, for up funnel marketing, it's really difficult for us to identify an ROI and really prove that it is a justifiable return on investment, because we need to have all these conversion steps. And secondly, we understand that there is a discrepancy between the leads you currently attract from this inbound marketing compare with the target audience that you want, because these merchants might be younger and more risk-taking, and they might not be the clients you really want. And that's why this also leads to our third problem, is that this inbound marketing will essentially directly skip the statement representative part, which our company will be unable to really understand what is our customer doing and what is their transaction size. But the customer are just going to ask us a lot of questions, and we are unable to really provide them with that tailored, personal, and caring solution that we are good at. And that is why today, our key question would be, And so our key question is how to reach our target customer with the personal and caring touch, as well as a justified ROI and conversion. I'll pass on to my colleagues, Johnson, for walking you through.
Thank you, Mini. Yes, so thank you, Mini. So just now we talked about all the problems, and let's deep dive into the current problem that we see. So first of all, we can see that Secure has a very established marketing effort in both outbound and inbound. But then we can see some problems, including from the outbound side with the cold call. You can see that it's very good because it can directly target your audience, and as well as it can have a human touch, the sound and the persuasive voice that you can further persuade your customer to come on board. But then, because of the regulations, again, it's no longer available. And with our inbound strategy, you have the ads, the paid search, the SEOs, and then after that, when you go onto the landing page, you have a very, very sophisticated process with the impact calculator, where the customers can know about how much they can actually save with your services, and then they can go on to upload their statements and to create the best service for them. However, you can see that there's a very effective conversion because they can know about their impact, they're very persuasive. But then, because it's too broad, everyone can just simply click into that. It may not be your target audience, you may not have the 25K transaction volume, and as well as because they do not know your, and of course, it's only targeting on the customer that they want the payment services. But if for those they do not want, or they do not know that they actually have this need, you are not able to target them yet. And that's why you have to keep what you have, what you can see the ticks here, but then you to be more direct to raise the awareness of your target audience. Therefore, introducing Secure Connect, an omni-channel marketing campaign. So in here we have three ways. The first way is on the online marketing channel. We'll be using data-driven marketing tools as well as the lead scoring to help you to find your target customer. And after that, we'll be using video marketing and leveraging on LinkedIn connection to help you to directly target your audience. And moving on to the offline marketing, we'll be engaging in trade shows as well as to do sponsorship to directly approach all the owners. And last but not least is our third part about community building, which will be elaborated by my colleague Eleanor. So let's take a look at our first marketing. So introducing May. So she is our target audience with a 25K transaction volume of owner of a beauty makeup brand. But how can we actually find her? This is the big question. So first of all, we'll be leveraging on the advanced analytics and data modeling. So in here, we'll be able to use data to analyze the customer data about different merchants and to use the AI to analyze whether they have 25K volume with 3 years of experiences. And after that, you'll be able to have a better clearing idea of which target audience you want to tap into. And moving on, we can also leverage on your existing efforts. You have done a lot of cold calling, and therefore you have a lot of extensive connection within different industries. And therefore you are able to use these data to analyze which are some of the potential targets or which industry are some potential target you can tap into using these two AI technologies. With all these insights, you're able to first prioritize those that are your target audience and those that have a pressing need with your solutions. After we are able to identify May using these technologies, the next part is that how can we approach her? So we'll be introducing the video marketing on LinkedIn. Remember we said that cold call is persuasive because of the human touch they have. Their persuasiveness, their tonality, and different kinds of persuasive elements we can use through voices. And we have to bring it to the next level using video marketing. Along with the voices, the tonality, we need to have more facial expressions, body languages to make it more persuasive and more engaging with our target customer. And therefore, we were using FitYar. FitYar is an Ontario startup, Ontario company who is focusing on using video marketing for different kinds of companies and teams. And therefore, with that, you're able to create some videos that are able to directly engage with the customer, for example, May, and with being more persuasive with a personal touch, as we are being able to be more personal and caring as what your brand really cares about. And this can definitely help to increase the sales and marketing effort with all these human touches. And moving on, we're leveraging it on LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is actually integrated, FitYar is actually integrated with LinkedIn. You're able to post your videos directly as a post, or you can actually send it through direct messaging. With all these efforts, you're able to send short videos to May, as well as other owners of SMEs, so that they're able to directly connect them. But why LinkedIn? As we all know, LinkedIn is one of the most commonly used platforms for professionals, especially for SMEs, as they really want to have broader connections, connect with other individuals and other professionals, and therefore we're definitely leveraging on the LinkedIn to facilitate this reach out process. In addition, we're suggesting to use Premium, as said that it's 3 times faster to reach out to your target customers. And then with that email marketing, with that marketing, we'll be able to land our customers on our website, which leads up to the current efforts that you have. So it's about the calculating the impact that you can create, for example, how much you can save per month, as well as then we upload the statements. So after all, with all these, we're able to target your customers online more directly and more efficiently. Then moving on to offline. As mentioned, we're doing in trade shows. So in trade shows, we're able to reach May through some beauty and makeup trade shows that are able to sponsor the event. For one way, it will be sponsoring with merch and demo sessions. So for merch, we will be pasting the QR codes of the online website that you already created that can facilitate the whole onboarding process, as well as for some demo session to visualize how can you use the calculator and what impact can be created. And secondly, because of SMEs really love connecting events, and that's why these trade shows are actually a lot of owners will be presenting that will be able to directly connect with them. Secondly, we're doing direct pitch during selling. What's special about trade shows from conferences is that there are direct selling. So by walking around, we'll be able to target our customer by telling them this method of payment method that you're using is actually not profitable for you. And we will be able to suggest them with our own, the company can suggest them with their own services, how much they can actually save for them. And that, when they have the awareness, we are able to could give them our QR code to scan to the website to understand all the impacts that can be created by inputting their own data. And therefore, we are able to do that. And then after all, we'll be able to introduce them to our community, which is our third part of recommendation. But before that, let's see this. So this is one of the largest trade shows in Canada, which is a beauty industry. So in here, we are able to find May and to tell May that our solutions are more cost-effective and more cost-effective for them. Therefore, we're now able to target May, but how can we make her really interested in our services and really to get on board? Let's pass the time to Eleanor. Thank you, Jocelyn. So now May is aware of your company. But then how can we convert her from a potential customer to a loyal customer? So we proudly introduce you the second part of our recommendation, the community platform, Secure Connect. So this will be a simple interface for the community platform that consists of a few features, including showcasing of the successful case studies, as well as some online forums that SMEs owners really love to connect with each other, and therefore we can also provide personal touch leveraging on your industry representatives as well. So now let's first look at the case study. This is Charlotte, also an owner of a beauty skin company. When May go into this platform, she can look at the case studies of similar industries immediately, and therefore also visualizing the annual savings that your company brought to Charlotte, and therefore May will raise further interest of secure payments. And other than the case studies, we will also have an online forum. This is touching on the two-sided way of approach, because on the case studies it's just a showcasing of the successful case stories. But for online forums, May can be able to chat with the different owners and different success owners using your platform, and therefore also have a platform for her to actually chat and interact and know more about what Secure really can do for the company. And on this forum, the owner can share their challenges and solutions, their success stories, as well as the tips and advice for using secure payments. We do this because all SME owners actually love to connect with each other, and this platform is the perfect platform and the community for everyone to actually connect and chat with them interactively. On the next part is on the purchase part. There will be a button on chat with us on the community platform, so the customers can talk directly with the specific representatives. And we know that you currently have a lot of industry representatives, and we think this is the perfect button for the customers to actually one-step button to enter and chat with the industry representatives. And they can also directly tell these potential customers what the industry trends are, and also what Secure can also bring them. While onto this, after chat with us, we know that the customers may want to directly contact the sales and streamline the onboarding process if they really love our services and they do not want to, for example, upload their statements. So this button can also streamline the whole conversation onto them directly chatting with the underwriting and the onboarding teams, and therefore streamlining the whole purchasing process from interest to purchase. And last but not least, to the part of advocacy, we will hope the owners using our services to contribute and share their success stories, and therefore you can also give discounts and exclusive access to new features and also promotional opportunities within the community if they are able to share their success stories on this community. And why would the success owners want to share with us? Because of the increasing visibility of their businesses, so they can connect with more SMEs in our community, and also having direct benefits, and also the strong community support within the Canadian community. And now I'll pass the time to William on to more on the financials.
Thank you, Annabelle. So my part will mainly address three questions. Is our strategy actually making money? How do we measure the success of our strategy? And finally, what needs to be done to actually implement the strategy? So if we look at the revenue, the strategy will be able to drive an incremental revenue of up to $2.5 million in year 3. And the key drivers will be the number of SMEs attracted to use secure payment, as well as the type of SMEs attracted. Because now we identify the right target customer, we're able to reach the right target customer, so the value, the transaction volume that they actually do every month will be increasing. Well, we know that you care most about the entire sales funnel of what the actual impact of our strategy will be. So we broke it down into all the different impacts on each funnel of our strategy. So with Jocelyn's recommendation on the trade shows and the online reach out, we'll be able to cumulatively through 3 years engage in almost 10,000 SME owners, and then 13% of them will be engaged in our online community, and then leveraging on the existing capabilities that you have in purchase and retention. Eventually, we'll be having cumulatively for 3 years 436 new business owners joining Secure Payments. And because we also have a new referral, also for the community platform, the referral will also be increased to have a 20%. Another key question will be how to actually measure the success of each strategy. So the key question is, how do we calculate the return on investment? So we actually came up with a new way to calculate the value per lead. We do this by multiplying the average customer value times the conversion rate to get the value per lead. And then for the cost per lead, it's just dividing the total cost for this strategy by the number of leads that we're actually getting. And by this calculation, we're able to derive a ROI for each step of the funnel. And as you can see that, as we go down the funnel, the ROI will increase dramatically. Now, given this impressive result that our strategy can achieve, what actually needs to be done? Well, it's mainly on reaching out to develop the AI and as well algorithm to identify which business owners to target, as well as with the Ontario company to develop the video platform, video messaging to send to the business owners. Also, it's also important to pinpoint which trade shows to attend, and finally, it's important to coordinate internally to discuss the responsibilities and roles within the company. Now, with all our strategies laid out, let's get back to where we started today. Today, we identified that the key question is, how can we actually reach the right customer with cost effectiveness as well as a seamless brand experience? The solution that we brought to you is Secure Connect, which is a full funnel strategy, omni-channel with a measurable ROI, and eventually it will be able to drive significant small and medium-sized business owners onto the platform, and will be able to bring the care and personal touch to all business, hopefully all business owners in America. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. So now we're going to begin our 10-minute Q&A period. Of course, it's going to be less than 10 minutes, but that's the maximum amount of time we will allow for it. So take it away, judges.
Go first.
Sure. Thank you, by the way. That was very, very interesting. I have a few questions. So I think one of the key elements at the very beginning was consisted in establishing a data model. So where do we go about finding the right data here to find May?
So I think for the data, the key problem now without using data is that we don't know if the owners actually meet the requirement. So the one way is to, if they have an online store, for example, you can look for public source data to actually see the online traffic, and then you can compare it with existing business owners because you know their online traffic and you know how many transaction volume there is. So you can actually compute like a conversion rate from the online traffic down to the final transaction volume, and then you can actually use also the existing data to know for this industry maybe the average basket size is $200, and then multiply that, we'll be able to get the monthly transaction volume for these kind of business owners.
Yeah, so allow me to clarify. So lead scoring is actually a way for us to find our data as well. So as mentioned that you have a lot of cold call data before, and that's why this is where you have established data generated from your interaction with the owner previously. And that's where using data scoring, we're able to complement with the data modeling technology together to help you to identify the correct and most profitable owners in mind. Yes, hope that addresses your question.
Thank you. Yes, it does. One more question from me, if I may.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
The community platform. I really like that, by the way. How do you say that our merchants or potential merchants find that platform? Where do we make that accessible?
So it's actually connected from our first strategy to our second strategy. So the first one is about the offline. So one part is about the offline interacting, right? So through the trade shows, we're able to directly communicate and engage with the owners and the trade shows. And after that, when they're interested, we're able to send her our landing page. And on our landing page, there will be a button there to able to press into the community. And of course, when we are directly engaging with the potential client, we'll definitely introduce her or him with the platform that we have created. And at the same time, because we are sponsoring some of the event, the merch, there will be the direct QR code to directly link to the landing page of our community. And apart from that, for the online channel, and obviously after they have walked through the website, there's also, of course, there's a button there to convert them to the community.
Right, a bit also on her recommendation on the LinkedIn, so there will also be a button on joining the
community, and the key point of the community is that potential customers can also join. So it's not for people that are already secure customers, but also for everyone or every SMEs who want to cut costs on payment processing and is interested in our platform. And therefore, through that button, they can directly get to the community platform and look at all the case studies and maybe streamline the process to payment and also to a loyal customer in the future. Hope that addressed your question.
Thank you.
I have two questions. The first one is, who do you think is the ideal SMB customer for Secure and this vertical overall? Could you please elaborate on the characteristics?
We think that actually the ideal customers that we are talking about will be merchants that are of monthly transaction size of 25K USD at least above for monthly, and also with some experience of doing their business. Because we understand that for the customers that we're attracting currently from our inbound marketing will be people who are younger, more risk-taking, and that's why they are adventurous enough, to really press on the button and to connect with Secure right now. And therefore, we want to really target a customer who are more mature, that can really interact with us and stay with us for the whole payment solution.
And to add on, if you're talking about industry-wise, we're trying to target to retails, especially because for our second recommendation, we are doing trade shows, right? So what sets us apart from maybe some other professionals like law firms and consultants is that because the trade show have more touch point for us to directly engage them with the payment process. And therefore, in that sense, the retail customer will be definitely the most lucrative market for Secure to tap into. And because we're also targeting customers who prefer to have personal and caring services, for example, personalized services that can tailor to them regarding with your flat and as well as your variable payment services. And that's why we hope that we're engaging with the companies, SMEs who are doing the retailing that can provide more tailored services to them.
Thank you.
That addresses your question.
Thank you. It does. And then the second question is, can you expand a bit more about data-driven marketing and lead scoring? Specifically, what additional KPIs or metrics would you measure aside from the actual lead score itself?
I think the actual KPI, we can again divide the whole process of the LinkedIn messaging into another funnel. First, we have a bunch of data points. We find maybe 100,000 different profiles. That's the first stage. And then you convert into the second stage. Maybe you filter out a bunch to have a priority profile down to maybe 10,000 profiles. So the rate between the whole original pool of potential SME owners down to the preferred SME owners, that rate may be one metric, because if the rate is high, it means that the algorithm is actually more working a lot better, because they're not actually randomly searching for applicant to put into the pool. And eventually, when we look at the conversion rate of sending maybe 10,000 messages and 1,000 will reply, that conversion rate will be another important KPI to measure for the data analytics driven marketing.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go ahead. Okay, so I want to go back to the financials, okay? And I think it starts from, the offline platform, and you have about the 10,000 potentials, right? So in order to get to the 10,000 potentials, what is the investment that is required? How many trade shows do you have to go to? How many people? What kind of investment in order to generate that 10,000 number?
So to answer your question, the initial awareness stage for the 10,000 number is actually coming from two different sources. One is the offline for the trade shows. The other is the online through a LinkedIn channel. So we assume that it's going to be relatively similar. So we assume like a 50-50 split. For the offline, we assume that for the capabilities and the number of available trade shows to attend, maybe there will be 4 to 5 different trade shows that we can attend. And then for each trade show, maybe it ranges from 200 to 300 actual merchant participants. And among them, because it's a very, very personal sales, we assume a 10 to 20% conversion rate of them actually logging onto the platform, because ultimately they're not paying anything. They're just scanning a QR code and trying to understand more about the product. So that's one area where the awareness number comes from. And the other area for the online marketing, it's a lot more direct. It's just the number of people that you reach out to times the conversion rate, and that will be the number of people that actually reach out to and then be in the awareness stage. And then for the cost, we can go back to this one. It's basically multiplying the cost per lead by the by the number of leads that we have in this stage. So the cost will be sending people to actually attend the trade show, subscribing to the AI model, algorithm, as well as the video marketing. Yeah, because this is not really, it's more like variable cost. We can't, this is more like fixed cost, so we just have like a fixed number of these 3 buckets of main costs and then divide them by a total number of leads.
We have about a minute and a half left for questions. I just want to ask you, sir, if you have a question.
Okay. It sounds like we're going to industry-specific trade shows in your proposition. Are we also going to trade shows within our industry? And if so, what's our messaging at those trade shows and how it differs from the industry-specific ones?
Yes, so the trade shows are industry specific, but then we are doing different industry. As we know that current client customers of Secure is basically a lot of different kinds of industries. So apart from maybe retailing, you can also do some restaurants, as some of them may be selling food in there, and that will be also involve a lot of payment in that area. So apart from these, and also other maybe some healthcare industries will also be there, maybe selling different kinds of healthcare equipment and stuff. So these are all the industries that are possible to tap into. But today we just use beauty retail as an illustration of our case. So it will definitely be able to expand further, and it will be a long-term strategy that you can keep on implementing by expanding it into different industries. But retailing is just our first suggestion of our first touch point suggestion. Yes.
Right, and I think to add on for the messaging, the key point is how much does the companies can really save. So I think for owners, they just want to know the exact number, like the percentage. So if we are also able to provide that in the trade shows, looking at our previous data on case studies, and also telling them that in our community platform, there are actually other owners in the industry that they can interact with, and we also have the industry-specific representatives to perhaps also tell them more of the industry trends, as well as knowing more about the messaging. So I think these are some messages that we can convey in the trade shows.
Perfect. And that will conclude our Q&A, so thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Good morning, nice to meet you.
Hi, William.
Good
Nice to meet
morning,
you.
nice to meet you. I'm Shay.
Ashton, nice to meet you.
William, nice to meet you.
Ashton, nice to meet you.
Madison.
Hi, William. Nice to meet you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, delegates. So, yeah, and the clicker's right over there. I see you got it. So, as many of you know, and many of you already heard, my name is Ethan, and I'm going to be your timekeeper once again today. I know delegates know, but I have the time cards here. So, there's one for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds. Once the 10-second countdown is up, which I'll be doing with my hands as I stop, I would like to remind you all the team must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and all team members must speak during those 15 minutes, but not necessarily during the Q&A itself. And finally, audience members, we ask that you please place your phones on silent and remain seated for the duration of the full presentation and the Q&A period. I will now let the judges introduce themselves, and once they're done, you may begin your presentation. And I'll start my time. And the Q&A period is going to be maximum 10 minutes afterwards.
Good afternoon. William Chan, CEO of Compass Analytics, data consulting firm.
Hi, Melanie Gale, Vice President Marketing and Secure Payment Experts.
Susanna Tam, VP, M&A, US-based pharmaceutical company.
Steve Mento, General Counsel at Lithium Technologies.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashton. Today I'm joined with Shay, Savannah, and Madison, and we are Precision Consulting. We're excited to talk to you guys today about Secure Payment Experts. Right now that we know Secure Payment Experts is a Montreal-based payment solutions provider. They're dedicated to personally serving small and medium business in both US and Canada. As we can see here, Secure Payment Experts values their 5 core values: collaboration, expertise, caring, positivity, and trust, core to their brand. They mean business and it's personal to them. Given this, Secure Payment Experts relies on 3 main methods of securing clients, with inbound marketing, referral programs, and outbound marketing. So here we can see that outbound marketing occurs for the majority of Secure's current revenues. However, recent legal regulations have complicated outbound sales channels and how outbound sales are done. As we can see, there have been numerous national and state regulations considering cold calling, which is the main driver within outbound sales. And public perception of telemarketers and these phone calls has significantly declined over the years. So what does this mean for Secure? If they do not strengthen their current inbound marketing strategies, they'll fail to continue to grow in the future. So as a result, we were tasked with this overall key question of how Secure can overall increase the proportion of their leads generated through inbound marketing. And we wanted to consider these other criteria when developing the proper solution for Secure. Given this, we also wanted to do a deep analysis on other alternatives that we could come up with for secure payments. And in this, we wanted to make sure that we were targeting Secure's ideal client profile, as well as developing an omni-channel approach that's going to overall align with the company's values of delivering that personal experience and increase in Secure and have a tangible ROI that's significant for the company. So these are some of the alternatives that we considered, and we'll get more into the current strategies that we've selected. So we've selected It's Business and It's Personal with these tactics that's going to result in an overall increase in revenue, as well as a 54% return on investment and over 19,000 new inbound leads. And I'll let Savannah take us away from here.
Thank you, Ashton. So first, we're going to talk about how we can own your flow before really focusing on the next part. So our first strategy, just like the company's motto, let's dive into how it's business. So as you can see here, there's both the outbound and the inbound clients that both come in for your company. But when you analyze the outbound routes, you see a simple flow all the way from lead to follow-up. One thing that our team saw though, there's a difference recently with the inbound routes, where sometimes the leads jump directly to the sales floor. And that's because as these inbound leads come in, instead of submitting a statement that goes to the statement representative that processes the value of the company, sometimes they don't always submit those statements, as it's optional currently on the website. Thus, when they receive on the sales floor the company's name, they don't have all the monetary details regarding that company, and therefore they don't have all the information they need to provide a correct valuation to the company, creating some issues. And so at the end of the day, our team found a gap here at this part, specifically in the flow for that customer conversion. Now I'll pass it off to Madison to talk about how we can address that.
Yeah, so how are we going to mitigate this gap?
So we had the idea that we would leverage Secure's current system for uploading a statement that's available online for these inbound companies. So when companies come onto their website, in order to receive a consultation, they'll submit all of their information and set up a call with a Secure representative. They also have this optional portion where they can upload a statement. And this is what all outbound companies do when they're coming to Secure. They have to go through that statement representative. But for our inbound companies, this is an optional step. So our solution was, it comes in a twofold scenario. So let's say I'm a company and I go online, I fill out the Secure statement, and I see, oh, I'll fill out this statement part. So if I fill it out, I'm gonna go directly to the sales floor, they'll receive my statement, and they'll be able to provide me with that tailored solution and be more effective at marketing to me and getting me in the door as a client. But what happens if I see that and I say, oh, it's optional, and I don't wanna fill it out? Well then, I'll be redirected to the statement representatives team who will contact me by phone and will solicit that statement from me. So therefore, we're getting statements from all of our clients, not just the outbound ones.
Thank you. Yeah, so we really wanted to touch on the ideal merchant profile. This was all outlined to us in the case packet, but we wanted to make it clear. In order to be the most profitable and really achieve that key ROI that we're looking for, we need to focus on this company's merchant profile, which is small to medium businesses. Typically, they operate in the US, but also in Canada, and we found that the ideal size is really having been established for 3+ years and having about a monthly volume of around 25,000. And there are 5 different industries that these companies are typically established in, but as Madison was saying, it's important to get that information from these companies. That way we can have that moving on to the sales reps who are just trained to simply sell our products. So the process becomes more clear, not just for onboarding, but also for incoming.
Yeah, so to kind of combat this, we saw that Savannah pitched our target client for Secure. So in order to correctly make sure that we're prioritizing the correct clients for Secure, we came up with this process where when statement representatives are evaluating those incoming statements from the inbound and the outbound companies, they're really going to be able to prioritize which clients to send to the sales floor and contact today. Now, all of our clients are a priority, but as we saw in the case, some of the inbound clients have lower capacities, and they aren't able to generate as much revenue for us. They have lower transactions. So this is a quick walkthrough of what the statement representative would do after this retraining and what their new role would look like. So first, the statement representative would receive the lead from the client. So if this is an outbound company, they're contacting that client and soliciting the lead directly. And if it was an inbound company who filled out our optional form, they would also have that lead right in front of them. But if no statement was included, their next job would be to contact the company who submitted the interest form and solicit that lead from them. Once we have those leads, we'll compile all of that data that we got from the company and rank our merchants on a scale from 1 to 10 according to how much they match with our ideal customer profile that we've created. So finally, our statement representative from there will pass the prioritized merchant list onto the sales floor, and the sales team will know exactly who to contact first. So the reason why this prioritization process is so effective is because it allows our company to focus on the correct merchants. So this is lead generation through inbound channels tends to be smaller, younger businesses, like I said before. So we really want to make sure we're prioritizing the target customers for Secure. They have lower transaction values and lower processing needs, so therefore we want to place them lower on the priorities list. And this strategy can be implemented today in 4 steps. And finally, we'll have an impact of 10,000 new sales and 2 million additional Canadian dollars in revenue.
Awesome. So now that we finally have worked on how it's business, let's talk about how it's personal. First, starting with the trade fair reps.
Yeah, so currently, Secure Payment Experts has identified 2 different inbound marketing strategies. So we have the top of the funnel activities and we have the bottom of the funnel activities. So top of the funnel activities are really more just focused on creating awareness and education about the type of services that Secure offers. Those bottom of the funnel activities are really what drive lead generation and conversion. So our team conducted an analysis of both types of inbound marketing activities. So here's our top versus bottom, and we evaluated them on a bunch of different characteristics, as you can see. So as we see at top of the funnel, it takes more time to generate conversion from these top of the funnel touchpoint clients. We also meet at earlier stages of the client journey. Perhaps this is the first time they've heard of the type of software and solutions that we offer them. And finally, with top of the funnel activities, it's much more challenging to prove value and ROI when evaluating them. But on the other hand, the bottom of the funnel clients are much more measurable, and we can see the immediate impact of their ROI. They're actively looking to invest in new solutions and are more likely to be converted, and they're ready to act today. So therefore, we concluded that Secure should focus on strengthening the bottom of the funnel activities first before transitioning to the top of the funnel activities. So with increasing legal pressure, Secure needs a strong base of inbound sales to rely on, as our outbound sales might be decreasing due to the telemarketing regulations. So we can't just simply focus on creating awareness. We need to build a strong client base first to supplement those declining outbound sales. So therefore, Secure should implement an omni-channel inbound marketing strategy focused on the bottom of the funnel activities. So this is going to occur through two different channels. This is going to be through both a physical channel and a digital channel. And our physical channel, we're going to be attending local trade show conferences, and through our digital channel, we're going to have a recontacting schedule. And Savannah's going to dive a little bit more into that.
Thank you, Madison. So as she mentioned before, this is just an addition on top of our existing efforts. We've seen that currently there's already been search engine optimization, LinkedIn, and then also resources on our website. So this is just an addition to help synergize the strategies we've already proposed to you today. So let's take a look at how the trade conference's physical channel will look. As you can see, a designated Secure representative would travel to different industry-specific conferences, starting with around 10 per year. Now, an example of one is the America's Food and Beverage Show held in the United States. This is one that we identified because it is one of those 5 key industries of our typical Secure clients. And the way that these conference shows typically work is that over 5,000 buyers are typically present and there are about 600 exhibitions. So although these are very saturated, there are many buyers present at these shows. There are also tons of people in our target market there. So this is a great way for our company to gain direct exposure. And then on top of that, it's perfect fit for our B2B sales. We're looking for those B2B clients, and instead of having to call them and have issues with those legal regulations, we're able to see them face to face and actually start a conversation with them about what we can offer for them. Now, the reason why this works so well is because actually 77% of decision makers found at least one new supplier at their most recently visited trade show. On top of that, 82% of the people in attendance at these trade shows actually have purchasing decision power. So the people there will actually be the ones who would be looking into getting this type of purchase.
All right, so now I'm going to touch on our digital omni-channel strategy, which is going to be our recontacting schedule. So currently, upon our analysis, we noticed that Secure is missing 2 major touch points on both lost leads and current client fronts in the form of communication. So as for lost leads, right now, all of the inbound leads that do not result in a sale are currently being excluded from the company's current marketing strategies. We're spending a lot of time and resources on these leads and trying to get them to convert it. So when they're lost, just letting them go isn't very effective. And we know that Secure, as said in the case packet, is looking for ways to actively re-engage with these leads. Additionally, on the client side, clients are funneled through the sales process but are meeting with different representatives and different teams at each stage of the process. We also know that follow-ups post-purchase are really emphasizing genuine care and commitment to the customer at the forefront. So we found on the client side, Secure needs to create a seamless process for customers that proves their commitment to them and that they're aiding in their success. So therefore, we decided to come up with a recontacting schedule. So this would be done by the sales floor team. And it would be done through an automated SaaS software, which reminds reps when to reach out. So it creates that schedule for them, telling them when to contact both the lost leads and the clients. So on the lost leads side, this recontacting is going to be done in the form of an email. So we're going to have an email list of all of our lost leads, and we're going to recontact them on a time basis, and the email will include case studies of companies who've used our products and have really benefited from them and have success stories to share. We also have prompts for contact. If these lost leads want to get back in contact with us, we're going to tell them exactly who to reach out to. And finally, some industry information and ways in which Secure can meet their needs in the industry that they're in. On the client side, we're going to provide these recontacting through two different ways. So first, during the sales process, this is going to be an email follow-up. So this is going to be a touch point after that onboarding process. So after a client makes it through the sales floor, they've made a purchase, and they're headed to the onboarding to learn how to use the products. So after this, after they've gone through that onboarding and that learning phase, our plan is to have a sales representative reach back out to that client and check in with them. Hey, did you enjoy your onboarding process experience? Is there anything else we could do to make your experience more enjoyable with our company? And finally, we also decided to do a monthly phone check-in in the post-purchase period. We think a year is way too long to be not in contact with our clients, and we think that a monthly check-in with our SaaS system reminding us when to do that is going to be a more effective way to reach out to those clients. So the key takeaway is this really emphasizes Secure's core value of having care and commitment at every single stage of the sales process. Not just at the beginning, not just when you're interested in conversion, but at every single stage of the process. And this strategy can be implemented starting today in 4 steps. And it has an overall impact of 19,000 plus new leads and an additional 2.6 Canadian million dollars in revenue. And now I'm going to pass it off to Shay for the financials.
Thank you, Madison. Our financials are inbound, but first let's take a look at our implementation timeline. Oh, wrong way, sorry. All right, so we have 3 immediate action steps that we need to take today to make sure that we're able to implement all of our plans successfully. 1, we're going to hire new staff because as we see, we're having increased responsibility for our staff, so we're going to need more personnel. 2, we're going to find a SaaS software that's going to help us with that continuing relationship with the current leads that we've lost. 3, we're going to change the flow structure of how we get our sales inbound to make sure that we're able to materialize those changes as soon as possible. As we look here, we can see the more specific tasks detailed by strategy as we go into the 5-year timeline. So the total cost of these strategies is going to bring us at Canadian $3 million. The majority of this is coming from the It's Personal, as you can see here. It's Business is going to take $850,000. That's mainly through the hiring of new staff. And It's Personal, the recontacting schedule is going to take $2 million, also largely dominated by staff. And the trade fair reps is going to be $150,000, dominated by travel expenses and trade fair costs. Now, as we look through the revenue, we can see how this builds over the years. We can see that it's pretty evenly split, but the majority of it is going to come from our Own Your Flow and recontacting schedule, but it grows year by year. So the majority is driven by that Own Your Flow with $2 million and 10,950 new sales. Second is a recontacting schedule with 1.8 million and 1,350 new leads. And then finally, with our trade fair reps, we have 800,000 and 5,470 new leads. This brings an overall ROI of 54%. So there's 3 main risk areas that we thought when doing today's case. 1, retraining employees. We thought that there might be reluctance since employees have been doing what they've done for time. So what we thought of doing is hiring an outsourced company that's going to come in and retrain our employees to kind of reduce that friction. 2, our SaaS software may not be effective for what we need as a company, but this is why we've compiled in our appendix a list of many different software companies that we can use to figure out which one works best for our company. Finally, finding proper trade shows. Since we are dealing with small to medium-sized businesses, it might be a little bit hard to find trade shows that are catered to them, but we've gone ahead and looked at some of the ones that we may use to make sure that this is a feasible option for us. So there's 3 main metrics that our strategies bring today. 1, $4.6 million in revenue over the 5-year period. 2, an ROI of 54%. And finally, 19,000 plus new inbound leads. Thank you.
So, how can we answer how can Secure increase their proportion of leads generated through inbound sales? Well, with our strategies, it's business and it's personal, and focusing on continuing to curate that personal relationship, focus on Secura's values, we hope that we can do this for Secure to create a 4.6 million increase in revenue, the return on investment, and an increase in the inbound leads. Thank you, and we'll open the floor for questions at this time.
So we now begin our 10-minute Q&A period.
I have a question with regards to the own your flow. So if I understood correctly, the majority of this strategy is based on the fact that we want our inbound leads to generate a statement and to be pushed over to a statement rep. How do you circumvent the fact, or how do you believe this will affect the conversion point?
So if you have, like it said in the case packet, a lot of the times for these inbound leads, the company's receiving no information from them and is really not able to address them with those tailored solutions. They're more just giving them general information about how they may have gotten to find Secure, maybe the ads that they found, something like that. But with our outbound leads, by getting that statement from them, we're really able, our sales team is really able to create that curated pitch for them and really able to engage them on an individualized level. So we're hoping that by having everybody provide a statement, it's going to create that same experience for our inbound leads. So if they're able to, our sales team's able to provide a more personalized solution, they'll hopefully be able to increase that turnover as well.
And then one business thing I'd like to add on that aspect, just from like a business perspective, Shay had found doing the numbers that we have hundreds of thousands of different prospects per year. And so just if you only had some information on some inbound, you wouldn't really know how to prioritize those clients. Whereas for outbound prospecting, it's pretty clear the value of the customer based on their statement. So when we have the same information, our SaaS software is able to match them better and prioritize our clients out of kind of this huge body of the prospective clients we have.
Okay, so that's a great segue into my second question. I believe you mentioned that the statement reps would be lead scoring the opportunities. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that implies that we wait until the lead reaches a rep to score its potential.
So can you head back to the customer journey slide? Yeah, so normally with the outbound leads, we see that, so they're obviously being prospected for a reason. We already have some information about them and what their value add to our company is. So for the inbound leads, we don't really know that. So when we have them fill out they fill out that form online that will direct them to a representative. So if they fill out that form, they're going to be going straight to the sales representatives. The statement representative is not going to have a touch point with them, like a phone call or an email. They're just looking over their information that's submitted and ranking them along that scale. But on the other hand, if they have not filled out that form, they're going to contact them and solicit that statement from them. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Can you jump back to the financial slides, please? Specifically, if you can provide a breakdown of the cost of the human capital or human resource required to staff this scoring.
Yeah. So we have it broken down based off the two sides. So for the is this the cost? Yeah. So for the it's personal, we have for staff we have 2 new statement reps, each of them with a salary of $80,000, and then we have 3 new sales reps, and this grows as time goes on, and that was all calculated by doing like multiplied by their salary, and then on the top of it too. Where is it? There's also, we have another statement rep up there. Yeah.
I'm curious to why you've chosen to invest this money, I guess call it like manual effort, as opposed to using more automated solutions.
Yeah, so we've incorporated the expense for automated solutions as well, but we felt because like the big idea behind our company is that we're in alliance with our customers, that like what customers, especially small businesses, want is kind of having that relationship, and it's been shown that they've already moved to have people who are specifically in the restaurant industry deal with restaurant clients. Like these aren't big companies that work through systems, it's people who need that interpersonal interaction.
Yeah,
Perfect.
And just to add on, the whole rebrand of Secure was really focused on that commitment to the customer. So by automating that entire process, you're losing that personalization touch. So we thought that going with human capital was a better option for this company's particulars.
Perfect. Thank you.
So I have a question, and in fact is again, for the inbound strategy. If they fill in a form, and if they take the time to fill in a form, you almost have that, high potential to get that customer.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask about those who don't fill in a form, and you say, okay, I'm going to send them to the statement wrap. Okay. What is the approach of the statement wrap? The fact that they do not want to fill in a form is telling us something. So what would the statement wrap do?
So in that case, the statement rep is really just contacting them to ask about why they're interested in the first place, what their needs are, what they're hoping to get out of working with Secure. It doesn't necessarily have to be super specific, but just more information that Secure can utilize before passing them on to the sales team. So it's, even though it might not be much, that we know beforehand, before that client potential prospect would get to the sales team, there'd be a little bit more direction, knowing a little bit about the general areas that they might be interested in before the sales team has to make that pitch to them.
And going off of that, Madison, this past summer I interned and I had an account manager and mentor, and we did B2B sales, and it was a lot of prospecting and trying to generate those client leads. So with this, I was shown how to do that recontacting schedule and ways that you can reach out to someone and try and gain their interest in the business. And a big point of that was having those case studies and trying to provide them with more industry information and success that we've had with past clients. So hopefully by doing this recontacting schedule and reaching out to those leads, they can't be lost, and we can hopefully gain their business by getting that service statement and continuing them through with the flow of the process.
But you definitely have a point about it might be interesting that they didn't include that value, and that's why that SaaS prioritization is also so important, because of the sheer number of client volume that we are receiving. This allows us to prioritize those clients based on the information we have received.
So we have a do not call list legal issue that we're facing, and I want to know if you guys identified any legal risks regarding anti-spam laws, especially when it comes to lost leads and contacting them by email.
Yeah.
Definitely. So with the lost leads, these are all people that are have already given their information to us, which as we understood from the case packet means you are allowed to reach back out to them. So I don't have a complete understanding of anti-spam laws, but under our assumption that this wouldn't violate that.
Yeah, in both cases, the clients and the lost leads would both be people we had previous contact with, both via phone and email, and we'd have their personal information saved for the clients as well. So it really would mainly be those lost leads.
But I believe that they were dropped from our database. I think I read something in one of your slides. Once they're dropped, then that link and you have to restart your relationship with them, or you guys believe that we're continuing that relationship although they were dropped?
Are you talking about when they were deprioritized?
No. So I know what you're talking about. So right now what's happening is if they're not being converted and that sale is not made, they're dropped from our marketing communication.
Right.
So instead of dropping them from the marketing communication, we're just going to add them to the lost leads kind of feed that we're going to have going out. So hopefully in the future, if we keep recontacting them, eventually they will reach back out and form that connection with us. We're just kind of extending that versus just dropping them all together. We've already spent a lot of time and resources trying to convert this customer, so to just let them go doesn't seem very effective.
We have time for one more question?
So we give the guy a minute.
Yeah. So switch gears to the offline trade shows. What data should we be capturing at these trade shows, and how do we do it?
Yeah, I can talk about that. Let me just go back to the slide for it. That's okay. So we know with these trade shows, the clients are coming to these trade shows because oftentimes they're seeking out new suppliers or new connections, and being able to provide them with that face-to-face personal connection and being able to provide them with a solution and what we are able to do for them right off the bat is our main goal with going to those trade shows, of creating that personal connection right there in person.
Yeah, so this would kind of overskip that step of having to solicit that statement virtually, and clients would be able to do it in person with the sales team, and the sales team would be right there ready to deliver that personalized pitch to them.
Very good. Okay, so we'll have to end the Q&A there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
necessarily during the Q&A period. Audience members, we ask that you please place your phones on silent mode and remain seated in the room for the duration of the full presentation and Q&A. I will now let the judges introduce themselves, and once they're done, I'll start my timer and you guys can continue.
Amazing. Good afternoon. William Chan, CEO of Compass Analytics, data consultancy firm.
Hi, Melanie Gale, Vice President of Marketing at Secure Payment Experts.
Susanna Tam, I look after M&A US biotech company.
Stephen Bento, General Counsel at Letheon Technologies.
Good afternoon, everyone. The other day, I was at the grocery store and I was in the cereal aisle, and there was an overwhelming amount of choice. And I was so frustrated, I didn't know what to do. There was so many brands out there. This is exactly what your company is trying to help with. Your clients, they have so much choice of payment options out there, and what your company is really great at doing is simplifying that and able to provide them with a customized solution. I'm Preeti, and I'm here with my teammates, Alexandra, Ada, and Saad. And today we're going to be talking about how you can really take your business to the next level by leveraging digital marketing strategies.
Now, in this climate at the moment, you do want to be able to promote your outbound strategies. However, due to regulations, this has been deeply heard, and diversification is no longer a want, but a need. We must be going into inbound strategies and overall talking about growing cold calling bands looking into the next 5 years, overall measurable ROI within all campaigns, whether it's inbound or outbound, and diversifying the outbound inbound sales in order to have a better marketing strategy overall. When looking at all of this, we can see that there's a heavy reliance on outbound at the moment, on top of having lower revenues generated from our inbound sales. To create this, we must be focusing on outbound, top inbound, and bottom inbound sales to present to you the solution that will retain, reassure every single one of your clients. Let's look at this on a deeper scale. On a deeper scale, we're once again looking at our outbound, our top of the funnel inbound, and finally our bottom of the funnel inbound. When looking at outbound, you're currently working on cold calling. However, these regulations have deeply impacted this, and diversification and negative perceptions is something on top of all of this happening at the same time. When looking at the top funnel inbound, all of this has been working on accurate ROI measuring through different types of leads and cookies, and also the lead quality within itself. It must be a quality lead that allows you to customize it, and at the same time, customers that are your target audience and generate the revenues that you are looking for to create. When looking at the bottom of the funnel inbound, it's about the customization of the proposition. You need the information from your clients in order to customize that proposition and for them to be willing to give that information itself. This goes into having more touch points needed whenever that information is not there, and it might even be harder to track those customers themselves. Finally, there's also the lack of automation that needs to be implemented in order to be more efficient throughout the entire system. Now, I will pass it on to my colleague to talk a little bit more about processing the clients.
So our target is really small to medium enterprises that are located primarily within the United States. And the main pain point that we're trying to address is that they have too many payment solutions, and they also face high fees from these credit card companies. And the typical SME that we're looking for is a business that's more established, they have stable stream of revenue, and they also have a high volume and processing needs because that results in more revenues for us. Now, we looked at the different segments, and what we can really see across all of the segments that your company is targeting is that they really require a secure solution. They want to make sure that the payment solution that they have is secure and makes their customers feel confident. And they also want a solution that is credible. They want a payment solution that their customers can feel good about using.
Now let's talk about the value proposition and what your company does best and how you're able to do so. So in some factors, we see that you offer different types of customization and tailored offerings. You have affordability, solutions for small, medium enterprises, and you also have the caring nature as you refer back to your 5 core values. This is integrated throughout your business itself. And you're doing so through your 4 solution offerings. That includes a custom pricing that has a payment expert involved, the Edge program that has a dual pricing model, and signage and communication assistance. There's also Interchange Plus that informs transparency and accountability in your solutions, as well as a simplified flat rate pricing that allows users to have simplified expense tracking and budgeting overall. Now pass it on to talk a little bit more about our marketing mix.
So as my colleague Ada mentioned, your company is really great at offering these tailored solutions to SMEs and really helping them with their pain points of this large choice that they have that they're not able to dilute. So your product is really a service where you're providing a custom solution. And as we already mentioned, you're operating primarily in the USA, but you also have some customers in Canada. Also, the pricing, you really focus on custom pricing. And where we saw a lot of opportunity was within your marketing strategy. So we've broken it down into organic and inorganic. And we've also broken it down into inbound versus outbound. And what we really see here is that while your outbound strategy produces clients that have high alignment with our target, the inbound strategy is not doing the same. It's not procuring clients that are of high quality and meet the criteria that the company has. So what we have here is an opportunity to improve our inbound marketing strategy so that we're generating more quality leads that Secure can target and aligns with our business target market. Now we decided to look into a few case studies of what other companies are doing so that we can understand what are some B2B strategies that we can leverage in our company. So one of the biggest competitors that we have in the USA is Payment Cloud, which also offers customized payment solutions to merchants. And one of their core strengths is that they leverage accreditations to really strengthen their brand and provide a sense of trust and accountability. So they have Inc. 5000 as well as PCI, and this not only provides credibility, but it's also helped to grow their business. They've been able to acquire funding because of these accreditations that they have, and it has also really helped with their inbound marketing strategy. They get more press coverage, and they also have a dedicated brand page, for instance, on the Inc. 5000 website. So one way that we can leverage this case study is we can see that accreditation can really help us improve our inbound marketing strategy, and it's a possible alternative that we can look into. We also wanted to look at other innovative marketing strategies and tactics. So for example, TrebiPay is a B2B payment solution that is leveraging podcasts to become an industry thought leader and discuss B2B payment and the landscape. Baker Tilly is really known for having a service that grows with you. So this is a potential alternative that we could think about. A service that grows with the business and helps the business grow while providing a payment solution that is tailored to them as they progress. And there's also Salesforce, which has really leveraged CRM to automate their business. And what's really interesting is they leverage dynamic content to be able to provide different content to their different users based on the industry that they are in. So these are some examples of some alternatives that we can look into for our solution.
Now let's talk about our criteria. Now we know the analysis and what the strengths and gaps for improvement are, but let's wrap this up in what we want to see in our solution going forward. First, we want to be able to reach to our customers, and this is to establish the brand awareness and interest of our company and deliver our message to users itself. In quality of leads, we want to make sure we're really getting more mature business leads because that's the target segment that we want to cater towards. And lastly, with profitability, we want to increase our ROI and address the areas of our improvements financially, making sure our solution brings out the return as needed.
Now let's bring into what are the solutions that could be implemented because users are looking for an experience. These businesses are struggling, they're looking to learn new things, and these experiences and different campaigns can show that. When looking at educational content, anything from podcasts, workshops, in order to educate our customers and ensure that they are quality customers that are able to translate into high quality revenues and leads. When looking at a marketing campaign, is understanding our value proposition to its core and showing that rather through social media, paid media, and other forms. Finally, it's the idea of gamification or the idea of growing with you. How do we show the insights to our customers? All of this data can be rather provided by them and also the data processed by us. And how can they leverage that in the future in order to improve themselves and become the leads that we are looking to create and to grow? Let's dive into it, how all of this comes together. When looking at educational content, all of this has to be through the reach of customers. Only a certain percentage of our customers will be looking for educational content, and it will be highly dependent on being able to enter our website. Hence, it has a yellow or medium reach. When looking at the quality of leads that are going through this process of educating themselves and learning about themselves will be quality leads that are looking to rather improve their business or already have a core business that can match this style. And looking at profitability, there's very few overall understanding of how this could translate into revenues. However, it could build brand awareness overall, and it could still have positive impacts outside of the scope of quantitative analysis. When looking at a marketing campaign, it obviously has one of the biggest reach to customers as it's paid media. It reaches the largest amount of people. However, the quality of leads is not as filtered as when it's with education, as this will be customers that will be wanting to learn. Finally, when looking at profitability, it's the same risk factors of whether it will be a good quality customer or not as good quality. Finally, let's look at gamification. Making our customer grow with us, showing them their leads, making sure that they understand the process and their business to its core through our services. With this, we will be looking at a high reach of customers, high quality leads, and finally a profitability that could be about the same of marketing campaign or even higher in the future as it projects long term. Now, let's present our solution.
Now, a plan that grows with you. We introduced to you our three-pronged solution to retain, reassure, and also reconnect our business going forward. To do this, we wanted to have the gamification that improves the retention rates of the company, ensuring that we have stable customers and clients. We wanted to reassure to improve the brand reception, especially with the regulations and the negative perception that goes towards that. This is through acquiring accreditations to increase the quality of leads and credibility. Lastly, we want to reconnect, and this leveraging dynamic marketing. And this will allow us to improve our brand awareness and overall translate our values going forward. Now, we also wanted to talk about some requirements that we had through our internal conversations. And as we see, we wanted to focus on something that has an omni-channel view. It aligns with our client-centric brand and also has high-value clients. And we will go one by one to show you how we successfully implement all of these three in our solution.
So let's begin with the gamification aspect. What we want to leverage gamification to do is to really target our customers and segment them based on the transaction value that they offer us. And then this will allow us to target our advertising, which we will talk about in the future. But for now, let's take a look at our gamification aspect. So we will be having different levels and different benefits based on the level that they are at. So Gold Star customers, for example, really align with the transaction value that we are looking for, the monthly processing value, and they will have access to benefits such as their own unique profile on a website. So this is leveraging one of the strengths of accreditation to provide value to customers. When it comes to accreditations, businesses really love having their own page, love having the brand visibility. So we can leverage a brand page and show our Gold Star customers to really provide a value proposition for them. And we also have some other levels. And we also want to have networking events that occur every 2 months. And what we want to do with these networking events is provide additional value to our Gold Star customers, the ones that really align with our brand and the customers that we want to target. And we will give them the opportunity to be a keynote speaker and really have a strong position within these events. And we also want to leverage the networking events to allow SMEs to connect with one another and learn from each other. This really aligns with our strategy of care, of making sure that all of the businesses that we have are taken care of and we help them grow. It really aligns with our overall strategy of growing with the businesses that we help. And overall, what this will help us do is it'll help us address the omni-channel strategy as well as producing higher value clients because we'll be able to segment and identify them.
Now let's talk about Reassure and how we're going to promote that brand perception as well as the credibility. Now we looked into some familiar processing as well as payment solution accreditations. With turmoils of regulation policies and positioning the business, we want to make sure we're known as secure and accountable, credible, and somewhat of high performance. So in terms of the payment industry, we've accounted for 3 types of accreditations that we're able to consider going forward. Now in terms of PCI security, this ensures our security and accountability of the structure. This ensures we're doing safe types of payment solutions, and this is done through a self-assessment questionnaire and qualified assessors, which has been provided on the way and the path of achieving this accreditation. In terms of a national check professional, this ensures the recommended TCHPA, and it helps prepare for getting your certification. This promotes the credibility and how we're a standard towards following the standards of processing and accountability as regulations are constantly changing. Finally, for high performance, a certified protection professional adds the credibility to our decision making and ensuring that our decisions follow set criteria, and this will enable us going forward to really establish that brand and also the confidence in our customers and clients. And this allows us to have a client-centered brand and also high-value clients as they see us as credible and also following the standards of the industry.
Let's talk about reconnecting with our customers. So we want to really leverage dynamic marketing in this aspect to make sure that we're targeting those higher quality leads and encouraging them to pursue business with us. So we can leverage dynamic content on website to make sure that we adapt our content depending on the different customers that we have. Now, how we will be collecting data about our customers is through the customer profile. We'll be asking our clients to sign up, and that's how they will be categorized within the gamification program that we've created. And we can leverage that data to attract and create content based on the level that they are at. So for example, Gold Star customers would be able to see upcoming events. They can have a button where they can sign up to be a keynote speaker, whereas new customers that are coming to the website would see more content that is educational, the blog website, and those kind of content. And overall, what this will really help us do is build an omni-channel strategy. So we're promoting these events as well as having the seamless customer experience. When they go on the website, they see what they are looking for. It also aligns with the customer-centric brand and attracts those higher value clients.
Now, what does this mean going forward? Now, we provided a lot of solutions, so let's see how this will look like in action. First, you will see Reconnect. This will be our marketing strategies in order to gain that brand awareness and perception. As we go to Reassure, you possibly see our certifications and accreditations to ensure that we are someone that is following this industry standards. Lastly, Retain, that will be our gamification process that ensures that we retain the clients and also provide a long-term strategy for them to stay with our company. Lastly, we want to be able to follow up and have measures for success as proven with our finances and also how we would follow up with our clients in general for feedback and solutions. Now I'll pass it off to my colleague Asad to talk a little bit more about the financials.
So Secure, we've heard a lot about these great ideas, but how can we really put them into action and see the financials back them up? What we first wanted to show you was the current foothold that your company has within your industry. As of now, we know that you have a good value add, but there's a lot of noise in the environment that's plateauing the growth in the future years. We know that outbound makes up a large majority of your revenues, but as we see it going forward, we know that the regulatory environments aren't allowing you to grow as you have been able to historically, while inbound presents a large opportunity, as my colleagues have mentioned. Refer a Friend program is also doing very well, but it stays stable in the long run. Given the more customers we can take on, the more revenue we can hopefully generate through that as well. What we wanted to note is that Secure is profitable, and going forward it can stay profitable, but how can we achieve more growth? So after our implementation, we wanted to note that outbound still makes up a large majority of our revenues, but we can start to slowly close that gap. We can start to make our revenues a lot more diversified between our two main segments, and then we can drive that towards our bottom line. Seeing our net operating profits after tax, we can see that in the long term, we can almost grow that by 2 million year over year. Not only that, we also want to note that the revenue growth also grows significantly in comparison if we weren't implementing a strategy to diversify. We also want to note that this is a very conservative model. At Transcend Consulting, we want to make sure that even the worst case scenario for you stays profitable. We know the environment is noisy, as mentioned earlier, and we want to make sure that no matter what scenario we're thrown into, we can still come out on top. Now, we've spoken a little bit about our financials, but how can we really measure success? So the 3 KPIs we wanted to note was our ROI, our lead conversion, and the accounts we can create. So our KPI for ROI was 73%, and we can see it achievable by 2028. And the actions we're taking is really implementing that account program and translating that into some of our revenues. Our lead conversion, we're aiming for a 7.5% conversion rate, which we're achieving in our first year, which again is a conservative rate, which we'll get into a little later on. And we're going to take actions in terms of rewards and incentives to really increase loyalty and in the long term. Accounts created, we're aiming for 563 accounts created in our first year in 2024, and we're really implementing that omni-channel strategy that will bring new accounts in.
Now, of course, there will be risk, and that must be mitigated with the solution as a whole. One of the first risks is that increase in younger companies. As inbound has had the trend of overall having younger companies within the industry, we must ensure that we get data options, not only to target the customers that we are looking for, but if we do get customers that are not our target customers, we allow them to grow with us all throughout the solution, as this is what it's all about. When looking at brand alignment, we must ensure that all of this brand alignment is done through all of the entire omni-channel strategy. Whether it's networking, online, advertisement, must stay the same and must stay unified. Finally, the complexity of the system. Pilot testing and improving the overall user experience is key in order to make this the most useful way overall. Now I'll pass it on to get this wrapped up.
Overall, our solution will make sure that all of our customers know about how we can really help them grow their business and really reconnecting with them so that they're reassured about our services. We thank you so much for your time, and we're open to taking questions.
So you have 10 minutes for Q&A.
Okay, thank you. That's great. I have questions that are kind of all over the place. I'm sorry, there's no real order here. You talked about at some point in your strategy leveraging educational content. So when we're talking about content in the higher end of the funnel, how do we ensure that we can actually generate a lead out of, or a prospect business out of that content?
Of course, I could take this one. So if we go back a couple of slides into like breaking down a little bit of the educational content. So some examples we gave were workshops and podcasts. The idea is that many channels have been using the idea of like, if you would like to get access to this educational content, make sure to leave an email. And that way we are able to track the overall leads that could generate. However, this is more of a future option that could be explored and not the main solution that we have proposed today.
Okay, so you're suggesting it's gated content?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So more towards the end then, there was a point around mitigating a concern in order to get by getting the right data to ensure that we're driving the right merchants, right? So
That's
we
correct.
know that inbound drives a younger audience. So how do we get that data? Where does that come into play?
Yeah, of course. So if we look at the first part of our solution, we want all of our clients to create an account on the website so that they can take advantage of the gamification aspect. And the reason we think that businesses would want to sign up for this program is because they can get visibility if they become a gold star, and they can also attend these events and learn from the network of SMEs that we work with. And when they create this account, we'll be able to collect their data as this is a standard industry practice. When you create an account, there's certain acceptances that you tell the client, and if they accept everything, then they upload the information. We can leverage that data and use that database to target them with more specific offerings.
So the idea is for them to create an account before they actually become a customer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
A couple questions on my end. I'm curious to hear, what ideas did you explore that didn't make the matrix?
Of course. So if we go back to our case studies, we considered a couple of different practices that our other businesses are doing. So we did end up going with the accreditation, but here we can see that podcast was an educational content that didn't end up making it onto our slides, so into our solution, because it's very specific and it doesn't really achieve the goals that we have. We also were looking into having more services that grow with you, so very targeted, tiered plans, but we thought that with the current structure that you have, it's better to continue with the percentage fee that you're charging. So that's why we didn't go with the tiered plan, the service that grows with you aspect. These are some examples.
And then follow-up question on the gamification. If you can go back to the slide that describes the 3 tiers, I think it's slide number 22. Mm-hmm. You have bronze, silver, and gold. How did you decide on these tiers, particularly the dollar amount, and then the benefits that are associated with it?
Sure, of course. So as you mentioned, you want your clients to have at least 25,000 monthly processing value. That was a criteria that was discussed in our internal conversations. So we want our bronze to be at the lower level. We want to still encourage those businesses that don't align with our strategy as of now to sign up for the program so that we can provide them with educational content. We can provide them with the resources to grow and become a customer that we value. So we still want to give them the option of being a part of this program. As for the other levels, we want the customers that actually align with our target to have more access to benefits. So that's why we have the 25K to 50 and then the 50K plus. As for the benefits, our brand is really about caring for the businesses that we work with. So we try to choose options that would really align with that brand. So having the networking events where people can come together and learn from each other, and having the gold stars where the businesses that we work with, they can have a platform to promote themselves.
And final question: do you think there should be a higher tier above gold that's a bit more spread out?
Yeah, of course. So this is something that we can definitely look into in the future. As of right now, we really want to focus on the bronze level, and we want to have the clients that are interested in us become the high value clients that we want them to be. So that is really the focus of the strategy for now.
Thank you.
So if you could go back to the page of the financial.
Yes.
So if I look at the numbers, okay,
Yep.
it actually paints a rather worrisome picture for me. If you look at the percentage growth, it is a diminishing trend. So I assume this is in current dollars, right? So it is in current dollars, you take inflation into account, the business is growing slower and slower. So this sort of gives you start to question, well, if this is a strategy that gives me sort of a diminishing return in terms of a growth, I will have to start asking the question whether the strategy is a good one. Right? So that's the question I have in terms of these financials.
Sure, definitely.
So I don't have the quick calculation in terms of the operating income, but to the extent that I would imagine cost, at least you have to tack on the inflation factor. In fact, the profitability in terms of NOPAT would probably also show a worse picture in terms of a decreasing improvement. That would be my comment. So help me out here.
Yeah, for sure. So as I mentioned earlier, we wanted to take more of a conservative outlook. Even going back to our current outlook on the current standing of your company, we also showed a diminishing return. And definitely, it is painting a picture that, maybe the outlook's not the greatest, but that's why we wanted to consider the worst case scenario. Going on to our projection period, and especially as we go into perpetuity, we wanted to get closer and closer to the GDP growth rate. We didn't want to be too aggressive with our assumptions and assume that our company can grow larger than our economy itself. So based on that, it does show a diminishing return, but this is our bear case scenario. And it uses our numbers that I can jump into a little bit later that are the lower end of our risk scenarios. So getting into the environment that we can see a lot more of a base scenario, and even taking advantages of all the programs that my colleagues mentioned, we should be able to achieve stable growth into the future, but wanting to stay conservative, especially into perpetuity, we didn't want to show an aggressive upside.
You mentioned that an account is created prior to becoming a client. What is bringing folks to the website in the first place?
So we talked a little bit about dynamic content, and what we want to leverage is we want to create content that is attractive to these new clients that aren't with our business yet. And we would be leveraging the data that we collect from that account creation in order to create this content and to target it.
But in order for folks to go on your website and view the dynamic content, how are they hearing about us? What is the pull to get them there in the first place?
Definitely, so I'll speak a little bit about that. So a little bit on more of how we priced out our marketing strategy to reach out both to current customers and then getting those new accounts rolling in. So we took into account the ad spend that fits our appetite based on the revenues and then the operating profits that we're able to generate. Again, staying on the lower tier, knowing that in the future with success, we can continue to grow these as well. So we saw that based on an industry standard that we should be able to generate on the low end 5,000 leads and up 10,000 on the higher end. And then again, based on industry standards, we took into account a 5% conversion rate, especially understanding the foothold you already have within the industry. Coming down, we saw that how many accounts we can create, how many of those can translate from new customers, and then from there we were able to take into account some of the transaction values and then work down into the revenues that we factored into our model, incremental of your current standing.
Cool. Let's end it here. We have about 40 seconds left, so I'm Q&A. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for being here.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello. Thank you so much. Thanks for being
Good
here.
afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
too.
Hello, good afternoon.
Phenomenal. Okay, so as I'm sure many of you have heard, and the judges will be here for the last time, my name is Ethan, of course, and I'll be your timekeeper for the day. So as delegates know, I have these time cards right here for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. The last 10 seconds I go with my hand all the way down to 0, at which point I will say stop. Afterwards, there will be a Q&A period that will last a maximum of 10 minutes. I would like to remind you that all teams must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and all team members must speak during the presentation, but not necessarily during the Q&A. Audience members, we ask that you please place your phones on silent and remain seated in the room for the duration of the full presentation. I'll now let the judges introduce themselves, and when they're done, we will begin the timer and you can begin presenting.
Perfect. Good afternoon. William Chan, CEO of Compass Analytics, data consulting firm.
Hi, I'm Melanie Gale, Vice President of Marketing at Secure Payment Experts.
I'm Susanna Chan. I look after M&A at a US-based biotech company.
Steve Mento, General Counsel at Lincoln Technologies.
Well, it's great to meet you all, and thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedules. I know myself, as well as the other members of Baton Rouge Consulting, are really looking forward to presenting you with our solution today. When we were initially presented with this case, we were really taken by the personalized approach that Secure Payments has to customer service. We were thinking about it, and often this level of hands-on personalized solution is really only reserved for those large corporate accounts. And so it's a huge opportunity for these small to medium-sized businesses to have access to that same hands-on tailored solution. But a lot of times those are small revenues, so we were trying to see how we could offer this hands-on personalized approach to a larger group. And that is what we're excited to present you with today.
Sorry, it's not working.
Oh, there we go. My name's Anastasia Chalmers, and myself, along with my teammates Subin, Ben, and Helena, will be diving further into our strategy. So we'll start with a brief introduction and market analysis, then go into the strategy that we decided to pursue, and then risks and mitigations to the implementation of that strategy. So you asked us today, how should Secure Payments diversify their marketing strategy? And our solution is to utilize AI to apply the outbound channel strengths to inbound channel strategy. And in doing this, we'll be able to increase efficiency, boost the inbound channel, and increase the ROI of the inbound channel. This will take place by integrating AI into all sales operations, having curated advertisements for targeted outcomes, and enhancing the effectiveness of sales team through upskilling. And in doing this, we'll provide small to medium business clients with top-of-line customer experiences at a larger scale. So if you look at where we are today, as I've discussed, there is really top-of-line customer experience. And this is applied to small to medium-sized businesses. But how can we take this core capability and apply that to larger scale services? And Baton Rouge Consulting is here today to help you bridge that gap. I'll pass along to Helena for further elaboration.
So in evaluating our strategic options, we first wanted to look at what Secure does really well, so we wanted to take a look at all our competitive advantages. So if we look at Secure's competitive advantages, they are a little bit different from a lot of different payment service providers, as they're an intermediary between the client and the merchant, the merchant and the credit processor, as opposed to going direct to direct. And we think that's something that makes Secure stand out, and that's even expressed in their market segmentation. But three of the things we identified as competitive advantages are that intermediary effect. Consumers trust a lot more Secure as their provider than if they were just a credit processing company, and we think that's really important. Next, looking at the unbiased effect from that. So because Secure is not the credit processing company, they don't have bias towards their own suppliers, so they're able to leverage a myriad of suppliers to the client with that unbiased mindset. Lastly, they're customizable. Secure takes each client, looks at their client needs, and offers them a variety of suppliers, equipment, things like that, which makes it a lot more effective in the long run. So that customization really sets them apart from their competitors. And we wanted to keep these three competitive advantages in mind as we evaluated strategic options. So looking at the first strategic option we thought about is focusing on the outbound marketing that we've already been focusing on. And this is because those clients in the outbound marketing are a large part of the ROI. But if we look at funnel marketing. So a lot of those outbound customers, or those customers we've attained through outbound marketing, are at that loyalty phase that you'll see below. So as customers move through the funnel marketing, they start at awareness and move down to loyalty. So we've seen a lot of them move through the funnel in our outbound marketing, but we want to ensure that our inbound marketing acquired customers can move through that as well. And we've lost a lot of them in the awareness or consideration phase. So we want to channel our efforts on how they can get from awareness to loyalty. And we can see that by focusing on the outbound marketing, we have less opportunity to do so, but focusing on inbound marketing, we have a bigger opportunity to get them from awareness to loyalty. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Ben to talk about a little bit about what competitors are doing in that same space.
Yeah, of course. So as you're all familiar, at Secure Payment Experts, there are some pretty major other players also in the market. You have companies like Square and Stripe, and these companies are also offering those services to a large range of consumers. And they do have some very, very key strengths in those, including their scalability, their overall awareness, and ease of accessibility across all different business types. And Secure is not alone in that. They also have a lot of these strengths as well, but as Helena previously mentioned, they have some very distinct competitive advantages, including their really custom, exceptional customer care and the solutions that they're delivering to clients, and also their unbiased approach in providing those solutions to the clients and consumers that they're trying to sell to. And as you can see with the other competitors at Square and Stripe especially, what a common theme that we discovered is that what they really lack is an exceptional customer care and customer experience for the clients that they're trying to tailor the solutions to. And so essentially what we're trying to do in the future is really leverage and build upon these key strengths that that Secure Payment Experts has in this space to ultimately become a leading provider of these payment solution services to the small and medium businesses.
Yeah, so as Ben said, that's another reason why we didn't pursue our first option. But in looking at our second option, which was to develop a novel outbound marketing strategy or kind of switch up what we currently are doing, we wanted to look at the current regulatory environment. So as we've read in the case, and as you all know, this is a highly regulated environment with a couple pieces of legislation in the past couple decades that have really changed the market. So I'm looking at the Telephone Consumer Protection Act of 1991. That affected the do not call lists. These lists were created both on the federal and state levels so that marketing is really restricted as marketers cannot access those lists. So kind of had to adapt to overcome that. And then in looking at Connecticut's Bill 1050, that even further develops the lines of regulation as we look from moving into mobile phones and really what constitutes business to business, and if you're calling from your personal phone to the client's personal phone, what that regulation looks like. So overall here we thought that because of all the regulatory environmental changes, we think that in focusing on the outbound strategy, we'll come to a lot of gray areas with that. So we've decided we want to focus a little bit more on our inbound marketing, which leads us to our third strategy, bolstering our inbound marketing strategy. So to do so, we want to first take a look at the state of AI. So as Anastasia previously mentioned, we believe that we can incorporate AI into our inbound marketing strategy to improve it. But first we have to take a look at what the industry looks like. So you can see on the left here, this is a McKinsey study that shows already the advantages to using AI in marketing. You can see on the top there, it leads to an increase in lead identification time, marketing optimization, personal outreach, things like that. And then if you take a look over on the right, you can see that something that the consumer values is authenticity. And what I think a lot of companies are struggling with in implementation of AI is that a lot of consumers might perceive AI as lacking in that authenticity. But a lot of studies actually show that AI can lead to enhanced authenticity because a lot of the user-generated content within AI actually is able to become more specific, more tailored to the client's needs, more tailored to what the client is looking for, and that actually leads to a more authentic interface. So the consumer perception actually is increased in authenticity because it's more tailored to what they're looking for. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Ben to discuss a use case of AI implementation for a different company.
Yeah, so one example of a company that has truly embraced this idea of integrating AI within their sales solutions to the clients that they're providing in a different industry is Acme Corporation. Now, Acme provides marketing services, and they sell those marketing services to companies, mid-sized companies within North America. And essentially, what they struggled to do was how do they provide exceptional customer care to more people in a faster and more timely process. So what they did was they implemented this AI into their sales solutions and with their sales department. And what they did, this allowed them to look at the website history of the people that they were speaking with. It allowed them to look at their social media engagement and the algorithm and the different things that they were engaging with online. and also allow them to look at the past CRM experiences that these customers had with their company. And what they found in integrating these solutions that was able to basically tailor fit the call and the customer experience to the specific customer was that with this, they had a 20% increase in retention with their overall sales efforts. And additionally, their salespeople felt that they were better equipped and more prepared to handle the different challenges that their customers were experiencing. And also, customers reported feeling overall much more satisfied with the overall experience, which is really at the heart of what we're trying to do, is develop this which gives more timely results with more personalization to a wider array of people.
Thank you, Ben. And now going into our strategy, I want to introduce Project ICE, the I being to integrate artificial intelligence, C being curate ads for targeted outcomes, and lastly, the E being elevate sales for sales team effectiveness. So the first phase will look into integrating AI into the entire sales process journey, from the start of actually prospecting customers to the very end where the sales representative is, catching up on them, following up with them afterwards. And then from there, after having AI integrated into the process, we will use that to curate advertisements for more targeted outcomes, leading to higher valued clients and potentially winning more clients in the long run. And then lastly, from there, having AI integrated into the system, having more curated ads, and then along with more customers, because we are targeting specific industries, we have more demographics, more information on them. We will then use that to hire our own sales team to increase their effectiveness, to really bridge the gap from utilizing the time that they're going to save from the automation with AI to using that for more face-to-face time with clients, deepening relationships and bringing higher value to them. So diving into the integrate phase, this is the current process map of both the outbound and the inbound process. The key difference with the outbound process is there are several more steps before the inbound process in terms of the prospective customer, the dialing process, statement representative, and with that, in the inbound process, they don't have the statement when it comes to the inbound process customers, and so they have less data, less information, and it's less targeted, whereas the outbound process where we've seen much higher outcomes generated and more clients won through that. And from here, we kind of looked at 4 key issues. The first one being there's a lot of manual work, data entry, sending up follow emails, things like that. There's lack of insights from the data that we're actually getting in terms of prospective customers that we have. And then the third being time allocation. We believe that there is time allocation that could be better spent elsewhere in terms of more client face time. And lastly, customer relationship management. And we believe that with these 4 key issues, with the use of AI, we can improve efficiency, gain insights, boost productivity, know the audience, and continue to monitor our effectiveness. And in fact, a study found by Valor in 2023 found that AI can actually automate 40% of employees' average workday, which means this could really free up a lot of time to really focus more on the client face time that we're really honing in on. And next, I'll pass it off to Anastasia for the second phase. Yeah, so I'll dive deeper into our curated ads for targeted outcomes. So now that we've gathered all of this data, what are we going to do with it? How are we going to utilize it to improve our reach? So as you can see, Secure Payments already does a great job of providing targeted solutions towards different sectors, and you're also doing a great job of already having curated advertisements, but how can we take this to the next level? What Baton Rouge Consulting proposes is to utilize the insights that we're gaining from the AI implementation and evaluate what the most profitable segments are and target those areas specifically with these curated advertisements. And we know that Secure is already having a lot of inputs into improving their SGE and SOE, but really targeting the resources towards the areas that will be most profitable. And from there, improving the landing page capabilities of these landing pages. So, for example, if a restaurant owner gets a curated ad towards, payment processes for a restaurant owner, then they click on that site, it takes them to a specific landing page. and from there improving the landing page capabilities to directly link them with the targeted sales representative to get that sales outcome that we'd like to see. And that leads us into the next phase of the strategy, which is elevating the skills of the existing sales force. So what we propose to do here is personalize the generalized. So right now, one of the issues that we identified within the inbound channel is that we're skipping that step, as Subin demonstrated with her process map. The customer is going directly to the sales representative, and the sales representative really doesn't know much about them. So they're trying to offer a personalized solution to all sorts of general industries. And as you can see here, it gets a little bit confusing. But what we propose is that we organize things a little bit clearer, and we train these representatives for specific industries. And that way they're able to use industry-specific examples and language, and then they can provide direct examples of similar industries or similar businesses, regardless of whether or not that customer has chosen to trust the company and upload their payment statement already. And then we'd also be able to leverage AI to improve the post-sale experience. So take some of that mental burden off of these sales representatives to remember each client's birthday, reach out, every time the kid is born, and start to automate some of these things so that they can have improved capacity to continue to offer tailored solutions.
So how will we actually implement this AI into our entire sales process? So with our 5 key insights that we've defined of how it will improve and how we'll actually use it. The first being with the improved efficiency. A company like Salesforce, which could also, there are many other companies out there, but this is just a key example of one of the companies that does offer all the things that we have mentioned. We can use customer relationship management tools with data entry and workflow automation in terms of integrating various tools, automating processes to improve efficiency. The second with being gaining insights from the data points that we're entering and have more visualization and reporting and more predictive analysis tools based on the insights that we'd be able to gain. The third being the sales promotion themselves. Now that we have all this data and we've been able to gain insights from it, we can score leads based on the insights that we were able to have and have task management tools such as follow-up emails, generating emails to begin with. And then we can also know our audience better with the data insights that we'll be able to get in terms of demographics, certain industries that they're interested in, maybe certain solutions that they're particularly looking for. And lastly, we have to be able to track and monitor all of this. And so we can use the ongoing monitoring tool that Salesforce provides to track the performance of our capabilities and see how we're doing in terms of click-through rates, conversion rates, and other metrics that we want to put in place.
So to briefly cover the sales team training, as we discussed, the goal of this is to cut through the fact that the sales representatives are receiving generalized leads and still provide personalized experiences. So the first step of this will be assessing the current gaps in the process, and then implementing these AI selling tools to help bridge those gaps. And continuing, we would acquire third-party training, and we're happy to talk about this in further detail, but utilizing the strengths of a third party that specializes in sales representative training and helping them utilize these AI tools to then enhance capacity and use that enhanced capacity to increase the personal touch as well as potential consumer bases. And yeah, we can touch on this later on.
Yeah, so you can see here a brief timeline of our relative strategy and plan that Anastasia and Subin have laid before you today. Really following along with that ICE program that they've worked hard to develop, including the researching and the linkage of our AI solutions with our existing platforms, the launch and development of these ads that we're trying to target, as well as the training and the training that we're trying to do for the employees to enhance the consumer experience. And I'm now going to pass it on to Helena.
Yeah, so obviously in evaluating any project, looking at the financials, one of the most important things. So looking at our project, we have an initial investment of $140K, and this is covering the AI implementation as well as the training. And this actually yields over the course of 10 years a project NPV of $200K as well as an internal rate of return of 34%. And in doing this, we can see a long-term growth. So obviously it's going to take a while to implement the AI, to train our sales force to accommodate that AI, but over time you can see a very positive net positive return, or net present value, as well as an internal rate of return that we can then leverage to increase and continue to bolster that program. I'm happy to talk more about that in the Q&A period.
Yeah. So with any solution and strategy that we're trying to implement for secure payment experts, there's going to be a number of risks that are going to be existing, including the fact that our competitors are going to take note of our usage of AI. It's a trend that we've already been seeing. The changing regulatory landscape as seen by Connecticut's new bill, as well as the lack of conversion in our solution overall. We have a number of methods that we'd like to implement to mitigate that as well to address these risks.
And lastly, looking at our key performance indicators, I won't read them all out, but those are a couple of key performance indicators that we've already utilized, but we'd like to continue to utilize as we assess the effectiveness of this project. Cost per lead, customer acquisition retention, monthly processing volume, and ROI, and we will continually check on those to ensure the financial and qualitative success of our project.
So Secure has been, for years, been able to bridge the gap between the mercenaries along with the customers that need their solutions. So today we asked you to help continue to bridge that gap in terms of allowing more client face time with their potential clients and current clients to deliver maximum value continuing forward. Thank you, and we're now open to any questions.
I apologize for the confusion we had, and sorry, I was trying to get everybody in frame back in a little bit, so that's what happened there, but I added a few extra seconds. Okay, very good. Yes, so we have a 10-minute Q&A. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. That was great. So I guess, AI is a huge trend, of course. I think every business realizes that AI is necessary for their long-term survival for obvious reasons. I'm not clear exactly on what we're trying to achieve with AI in this particular case. Can you be more specific? So I know what AI is, but I guess I'm trying to understand what it is that AI will give us that will allow us to achieve everything else, which I'm clear on, because the goal is to curate our ads and to elevate the effectiveness of the sales teams, etc. I guess I just don't know what AI is going to give us that will allow us to achieve that.
Yeah, I can take this one. So one of the things that AI does that we think is really impressive and helps with sales representatives is it learns from your experience over time. So that's one of the things that's really valuable in the sales industry is you see people who've built these relationships, garnered this experience. It can actually track sales data and start to establish patterns unique to each individual sales rep. And so then it can start to set curated reminders for that individual sales rep to kind of take off that mental burden. It can draft sales emails for you where you just have to do a quick perusal before you send it off to the client, checkup emails, things like that. But then in terms of the marketing, it again allows you to make pretty accurate inferrals based off of customer data, how they interact with other websites, how they even interacted with your advertisement, go through their search history, and then, as we were saying, pair them with a direct sales representative. Because one of the things that we identified as an issue in the case was that they're very generalized leads, and that these leads are coming in without a lot of without a lot of platform knowledge. So if we're able to use AI to bridge that gap, that would be able to increase some capacity for these sales representatives.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. You're suggesting that the AI would infer key attributes of the business for the sales rep?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
What are the most important pieces of data to collect if we want to achieve a very high level of personalization using artificial intelligence?
I think we actually have a data appendix. I think maybe find it. Yeah, so if we look at this data, wait, I'm sorry, can you repeat your question real quick? Thank you.
The question is, what are the most important pieces of data to collect in order to feed artificial intelligence to achieve a high degree of personalization, which you're suggesting?
Yes, absolutely. So you can see, obviously, data very important. This is just a graphic up here that shows the computing power of data, as I'm sure you know as a data analyst yourself. But I think the key elements that we'd like to identify in our customer is that we've noticed with the inbound, kind of what we touched on is that through the inbound marketing, it's just general. Like put the ad kind of where we can, ads where people, are in that space, but we want to acquire the user information. AI can pick up where they typically, what websites they're looking at, maybe like any information like in what their occupation is, what their hobbies are, and with that information that AI would pick up, we can then send the email or send the ad, like Anastasia had been mentioning, to whatever industry they might be in or whatever industry they might be interested in. And with that information, I guess on the common user site clicks and things like that, we're able to get a lot bit more information on what they'd be interested in clicking on in the future. So we think that, I guess, initial data collection of just user clicks, user common sites, industries, things like that. So I guess to answer your question would be kind of in that initial data collection phase of just consumer preferences on their website clicks.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I can see that you look to the outside resources, right? Like AI, bring some more intelligence in, help you improve. In terms of the sales team, you want to sort of, bring up the level and all that. What I don't hear is, at the end of the day, how do you sort of wrap it together? It's like you bring in all this, but I think in the implementation, you don't talk about much internally. How do you measure? In fact, the sales team is upscaled. Help me there.
Yeah, I can go ahead and take this one. So this is something that we wanted to actually touch on in more detail later, was that third-party training to kind of wrap together, like you were saying, all of these parts. So we're increasing efficiency so the sales team has more capacity on their hands. And then from there, we're having more curated advertisements to lead to more curated leads. But then from there, what's the sales team going to do with that? I totally hear you. And I think a big step in that would be strong training in how to use AI in the day-to-day as a sales representative, as well as help curating personalized sales approaches for their customers and their leads, and then also customer relationship management, like we discussed. And that's why we decided to outsource we identified Trailhead from Salesforce as a great platform. There are others, but we think that this is the most robust. And the value in this is that, the value in this is that Salesforce is one of the leaders with AI implementation within their own business, as well as workforce training and Salesforce training. So instead of wasting company resources to try and build up these own capabilities, we can focus on what we're good at and outsource to the third party and help them get better, and have them help us get better.
To piggyback on Melanie's question, so we're going to use this AI tool to learn more about our prospective customers, right?
Yeah, all of the above. Like our current customers along with our prospective customers.
So is this tool kind of replacing the statement piece that we used to get? Or it's doing something completely different and giving us even more insight on our customers?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it became pretty clear in the case that sales representatives are relying on the statement piece in order to tailor their solutions, but within the inbound channel, they're not receiving that statement, and so they're left to make all sorts of inferences. And so we would use AI to, one, have more information on the customers themselves, but then also have more targeted general examples. So if we're getting a lead from, like I said, a restaurant manager or something, and they say, well, I operate an Italian restaurant in Charlotte, North Carolina, in the United States of America, then being able to click a few buttons and track use cases and come up with personalized examples to then be able to have a more personalized experience that's more tailorable to that client, even though we don't exactly know what their sales volume looks like. The examples and selling information that we're providing them with is still more tailorable to close that deal.
You guys have a breakdown of the cost of your proposed solution?
Yes. If you go to the financial projections appendix. Okay, you can go ahead and go to the next one, actually. Yeah, so we broke down the revenue into our 3 different revenue streams, which consist of outbound, inbound, as well as the referral program, and they actually gave us the percentages of the current revenue breakdown, but we see the revenue growing at different rates based off our strategy. So the outbound will continue to grow at a pretty steady rate. the inbound revenue growth rate will increase due to our increased marketing efforts. Referral revenue growth rate will stay pretty fixed for a while, and then we think as our inbound marketing increases, so will the referral. And then looking at our costs, we've broken down our costs into cost of goods sold, operating, marketing expenses to account for that. We've looked at industry averages of what a payment provider, what their typical expenditure breakdown is, and applied that to our analysis. And then if you go back to the first one, we've then taken those numbers to discount our cash flows and accumulate our net present value.
So in the previous slide, that the cost of the AI tool is included in that 10,000.
So that, can you actually go back? Okay, so you see up here our initial investment. We conducted some research on what AI implementation would look like, as well as the Salesforce training. We actually were able to find exact numbers on what the training costs, as well as more general numbers on what an AI implementation might look like. And we think the figure would be around $140,000 for an initial investment. This would cover the beginning stages of the AI implementation as well as the training. So that's the number we use to calculate our net present value. Obviously, these numbers are going to ebb and flow as we decide, do we need more training, less training? Do we need more AI implementation? Things like that. But this is just our analysis from what we're currently thinking we're going to be